This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome on board the live afternoon sunset safari. We are here on Djuma. We are going to go see if we can follow up on some lions. It is a warm and sunny afternoon and we're probably going to be moving from shade to shade, and Lauren is out and about. She's going to go track down some leopards. We've got Marcus and Paul out in andBeyond and Ngala. They're going to be looking for some lions, and Kim and Owen out in andBeyond. Phinda are out on a bumble, and JP and Johan are on foot in Pridelands. And on that note, we welcome you on board your live African safari. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on board our vehicle. My name is indeed Steve, and I'm joined by Morgan on camera, and we are excited and delighted to have you with us. And it is warm. It is 86 degrees Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius, and we are about to cross into Buffelshoek to see if we can find out where the Telemati Pride went to this morning. As we slowly get close to that area, we're just going to check. They might not have moved very far, but they might have moved. So it's always important to check some watering holes and to check the road for tracks. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear from you using the hashtag WildEarth. Throw them in on the YouTube chat stream or go to the website, register, and submit your questions at the Live Safari page. Are you ready, Morgan? Make sure you always look left and right before crossing the road, boys and girls. It's important. Here we are now in Buffelshoek. Oh, great, a tractor's been here. Now, often tractors, when they work during the day, obviously, tractors at night would be a bit difficult. But Lauren mentioned something about the lions being in this block, so I'm just going to have a little look. Can find out where exactly. Looking for some tracks, find out where they are, and then we'll go and enjoy ourselves for some time while it cools down, because it is warm. But they might have moved. She said that they were hungry, they were hunting. They were heading in that general direction. Just a quick little loop over here to see that we don't maybe miss them this side. Just a short little meander. Wonderful Friday afternoon. I hope you're all ready for a lovely weekend, whatever it is you might have planned. The weather is stunning here today, so one afternoon for outdoors. So let's go see what the weather is. All our properties.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of the Djuma feeds. We are just admiring these marsh terrapins who are living the best life here. There's 3 of them. Well spotted, Davy. There's still water everywhere. This is a small little secret pan tucked away behind Treehouse Dam. My name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera once again, and pans like this are actually ideal to check, because the bigger water bodies are very open, they're very exposed, so predators will not necessarily come to those big water bodies anymore, nor will the prey. whereas small little pans like this that are just tucked away deep in the vegetation are actually ideal places to check. It's another incredibly hot day here in Djuma, so that's why water holes are going to be our first ports of call. We had a wonderful morning with the Talamati Pride. I'm very lucky to find them, and this afternoon I'm going to try and search for some spots. Try and look for Tandy and Mareebs. They're on Torchwood, and hopefully we'll get lucky with some signal there. I am really desperate to try and find an active hyena den. Really. So once it does start to sort of get darker and the sun goes down, that's where I'll be. At some point this den's going to have to be active. I miss them. Okay, Darby, let's bumble. There's another little water hole just here, and that's also a really good place to check. Shadulu loves this water hole, and the Nkuhumas, when they do cross, they also love this little water hole. Now, as winter progresses, it's going to dry up. These small little pans may even go completely barren, actually. Not sure where we can get the best view. How's that, Darby? There you go, you can just see it there, tucked away in the vegetation. Nothing particularly spectacular to look at, but it's still another body of water, still another place that, of course, all the animals out here can come and drink. But there's fresh elephant tracks along this road. I haven't seen an elephant in quite a few days, so at least that means they are around. Elephants really can't hide their presence. With their urine puddles, their dung piles, and their tracks, they are very obvious. You definitely know if an elephant's been around. Marilyn, you're asking, are hyenas less active because of the weather? Honestly, Marilyn, I really don't know what's going on with the Djuma clan. It's hot right now, it's sunny, but it's definitely not summer temperatures, if that makes sense. It's still hot and it's still delicious and lovely and you can wear short sleeves, but it's not that hot, humid summer temperatures. So I really am not sure what's going on with the clan, but I will come back to that a little bit later. For now, we're going to send you across to Phinda to say good afternoon.
Just dropped. Are you still on the call? Okay. Welcome, everyone, to andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. As you can see, we have found ourselves a tower of giraffes this afternoon. It's still incredibly hot, but as you can see, doesn't seem to be bothering this group right here. They seem to be enjoying the delicious leaves and things in the front. So, my name is Kim, and behind the camera we have Owen, and we're going to be with you this afternoon. Oh, then we've got a little bit of cloud cover, but it is, as I said, quite a hot afternoon. As you can see, that one giraffe on the left, one with the quite stubby ossicones, it's a young male and he's busy ruminating. The rest have decided that they've actually want to carry on feeding. So I think if you have a look at the kind of leaves that they're feeding on, it's generally our very thorny sort of trees. And those are the ones that are much more nutritious. And we've spoken a few times, but the way the trees defend themselves is they send these tannins into their leaves as they're being fed. Makes them much more bitter. And that is their main defense. So as the giraffes carry on feeding, you'll see that eventually they're going to stop and they're going to move off to other trees and things. But because these trees all have, very big thorns, that's their main defense. So they'll actually produce less tannins than other ones. And I think that's why, despite the heat of the day, these giraffe have actually decided to feed on these particular leaves, because they are just much, much more nutritious than the other ones in the area. So they're taking this opportunity. Oh, sorry everyone, we are on one of the main roads of our reserve, so we just have a few cars driving past. Liam, thanks for your comment. Yes, it's incredibly green. I'm sure those of you who've been following the show have noticed how much rain we've actually had at Phinda. We're so really grateful for it, because all our watering holes are looking absolutely beautiful and full. We've got a lot of lovely pan systems all over the reserve that's bringing in a huge amount of new birds that we haven't seen in a while. We've also got a variety of butterflies that we can see at all times, which is fantastic. Really been enjoying that. And of course, our scenery is just looking absolutely beautiful. The one thing that we are struggling with is that the grass is now, as you can see, incredibly long. So game viewing spotting has become a little bit more of a challenge, but luckily we've got really good trackers that are rising to that challenge and still giving us excellent sightings. Gary, that's a very good question. You know, I've never really given it too much thought as to why certain animals have manes on their back. And I'll have to try and figure out the answer for you. I know that it is an indication of health when you are looking at certain animals. So as long as their manes are standing quite prominent, that it is something that you can see, you know, how healthy they are. As you can see this young male walking past us now. He's got all his hounds are standing completely erect, which shows that he is in very good health. But it's quite an interesting one. And if we think of the amount of animals that do have manes on their back, most of the antelope do. And in certain species like the Ngala, they can actually put those manes to stand up when they're doing a lateral display, and that makes them seem more bigger and dominant. But in the giraffe's case, there's always the same level. So it's an interesting question, and I'm sorry, I don't actually know the correct answer for you. But I'll see if I can maybe find out during the course of today's drive. And it's so beautiful to see such a big group of giraffe. I think I counted about 7 or 8 when we first arrived. Now amazing how they've just sort of hidden themselves in the trees. What you're seeing now is just that white on the back of the head. And often when you spot giraffe from a distance, that will be something that stands out amongst the trees. It's just that very white sort of patch there. And you can see that the other adaptation there is their long eyelashes. Mason, I saw a very young giraffe recently. It was less than 6 weeks old because we saw it had a very long umbilical cord. I actually estimated that giraffe was probably about a week old. It was tiny. You can see it was still not 100% sure on its feet, a little bit clumsy. It was very scared to get anywhere further away from mom than a few meters. So I think it was a very, very new giraffe. It was absolutely lovely to see. You know, the nice thing with giraffe is they don't have a distinctive breeding season. So you will see young giraffe all year round. Yes. They are majestic animals. That is a beautiful scene. Just look at those mountains in the background. This is something that always takes my breath away about Phinda, is we've got an ever-changing landscape. You know, so as you're driving around, you're going to be seeing changes in the soil type. You're going to have these big open grass plains, then you get your foresty areas on the mountains. And of course, we've got an abundance of plains game, so there's always while you're driving, you'll come across your giraffe, your zebra, your wildebeest. When we first came across this group, it was actually quite beautiful because you saw this huge group just crossing the road in front of us, like 7 or 8 of them at once. Oh, there's another one coming through. So these giraffe are slowly heading off. You know, we got really lucky to see them all out in the open. Oh, wait, there's one just off to the left here, my right. It's actually giving itself a really lovely scratch. We zoom in there, Owen. See the one with the very thick ossicles. You can see how he leans his head back now. And watch this movement. I'm sorry, FC, it cut out. I didn't quite catch that question. So if we have a look here, you can see this one. He was just moving his head back and forth, which means I think he was probably finding a low-hanging branch or something that was giving his belly a good scratch there. You know, there's a lot of hard-to-reach places. Even with that long neck, you can imagine it's very difficult for them to get rid of ticks all over the body. So sometimes they'll find an itch or something, and as soon as they find a branch that's low-hanging, it's not going to do too much damage. They might just give themselves a good old scratch. Yeah, see, this one's also just found a tree with some lovely long thorns, and so very, very nutritious leaves there. Okay. So as you can see, these giraffe are actually heading off slowly off to our right. They're starting to head into those mountainy areas, but we're not going to get a great view of them. So I think we're going to carry on with our plan and head to an open area in the reserve, just see what we can find. I'm quite keen to look for a leopard that they've recently found in that area. And apparently she's been quite relaxed with vehicles, which is exciting to see if maybe we have a new leopard that we might be seeing a bit more often. So that's our plan for the afternoon. But in the meantime, we're going to send you over to another ranger and see what they've managed to find for you.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived!
Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's 2.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
Graham, I'm just going to see there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's what I'd like to know.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
So we are currently on a bumble, hoping a very good afternoon to all the viewers, and welcome to andBeyond Ngala. I am Marcus Koza, and of course on camera I've got Mpo. So we are currently on a bumble going towards the area where we last saw the Birmingham Pride. So no one really looked for them this morning. So we are just going to that area because after we have left them yesterday, we had updates that a herd of elephants walked into the area and then started chasing them away, of which, of course, they did give way to the elephants, but apparently they did not move very far away from that water hole. So that's where we are going to start looking. So even if they have moved, which I'm hoping that even if they did, they wouldn't have moved very far, because they did look that full yesterday. So we'll be able to pick up some tracks. Pretty much that can be an indication of where they might have went or which direction they might have took when leaving that water hole. So yeah, come with me. Let's see what this bush will surprise us with, because much as we might be Sorry, can you repeat that question for me? So, Vincent, if I hear that well, you want to know whether the lions would move in this heat. If they need to move, Vincent, they will definitely move. Like, I don't think they would move too far. And also, like I mentioned earlier, that there were reports yesterday of an elephant head that chased these lions. So that will be one of the reasons why these lions might need to move even at a time like this. But if it's not about disturbance, I don't think they will really put much effort in moving at this time of the day. And yeah, it is very hot, about 30 degrees Celsius here at Ngala, which is around 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So if there is no disturbance, chances are these lions might just remain wherever they will be, because chances are they will need shade. So they will be in a shady area. And if they're not disturbed maybe by a herd of elephant, they won't need to move. So they will need to conserve as much energy as they can. So if there might be movement, they will be maybe later after dark. So yeah, we are about to find out whether or not those lions have moved. So just stick with me. Let's head towards that water hole. And that's a good question, Katel. So you want to know if we use technology to track these animals? No, we don't. We leave these animals to be as wild as possible. We don't track them with any devices. So we just use natural skills, if I can call it that, to be able to track these animals. And yeah, sometimes we do track them and find them, which is very rewarding if that happens. But other times we do track them and just don't have such luck finding them. And also, since, you know, they can move, sometimes they will cross into Kruger, where we can't really traverse. And that are some of those cases where we might be able to track these lions and be unsuccessful in relocating them. So we are not that far away from the water hole. I'd like to see if there are some tracks. So like I mentioned earlier, we are quite close to that water hole, so we'll just look in and around here. And in the meantime, we'll send you over to Djuma. Let's see what Lauren has for us.
Unfortunately, I don't have what I was looking for. We're at the Bateleur's nest in a snob though. And there's definitely no adult there, that's for sure. I don't see any movement inside of the little chick. And we got to meet the little chick the other day, and it was the most wonderful thing to see, because I know many of you, including myself, we really miss Olivia. And Sebwig, of course, but Sebwig successfully dispersed a year ago now. And Olivia really was something special. And then we started to meet the Wahlberg chick. But of course, the Milwaukee got flooded and closed off. So this is really the next chick that I was really hoping to follow. The nest is very, very high up, which is obviously a little bit challenging to film. But Mum will come to feed. And Dad. Dad will also come. He does most of the hunting. And then he gives the food to Mum. He passes it to Mum. And then she tears it up using her beak. And she feeds it to the little one. And Bateleurs are absolutely incredible, incredible species of raptors. And they're also very successful. They've got very unique specializations in their mode of flight and the way that they hunt, in order to sort of successfully thrive in amongst all the other competitors, be it other aerial predators. So just like the land, the terrestrial predators, they all have their unique specializations to fit into the big pizza pie. So do the aerial predators. They can't all be the same. That's what you must remember. They've all got to thrive in a different way. So they're similar. Lions and leopards are similar. They're in the same genus, the Panthera genus. And they, of course, look slightly similar, similar modes of hunting, but at the end of the day, they have their unique specializations that separate them in social structure. That's the main one. And strength. It's exactly the same with birds. It's just a little bit hard to think about with birds. Yuri, absolutely a snake eagle, not a true eagle. 100% not a true eagle. It's definitely a snake eagle. The feathers do not go all the way down the legs. So you're absolutely right there. But they have a very, very short tail and long wings, so you can recognize a Bateleur a mile away in flight because they wobble in the air. They almost look like they're going to fall out, slightly unsteady. And they're not unsteady, it's just a very unique mode of flight. And what it does is allows them to fly very, very low to the ground. So it gives them a sort of different dynamics to other birds. And this means that they can swoop into the kill first in order to avoid competition with other raptors, be it your tawny eagles or even your vultures. They don't want to clash. So in order to avoid that, they've got exceptionally long wings and a very, very short tail. You saw movement. Ooh, this is exciting. This is why we've got the camera on a nest. I know it's not the most riveting sighting, but you never know when that chick's going to pop its head up. So the combination of the long wings and the short tail actually reduce drag, and that's what allows them to glide at really low altitudes so that they can spot the prey first, be it a carcass or a live animal, and they can get in, eat extremely quickly, and get out before the bigger birds come, especially the vultures if it's a carcass. Bateleurs are experts at finding smaller carcasses long before other scavengers. But they will also hunt small birds like doves and pigeons, reptiles, mammals, rodents, even jennets. Got very lucky with a jennet last night. Mongoose. But very often the prey is stolen by the tawny eagle. So that's what they want to avoid, and that's why they've got these unique specializations. Okay, I'm sad we didn't get a view of this chick, but you know what? I'm going to come back a little bit later and check again. But for now, we're going to send you across to Kim, who's by a waterhole.
Welcome back, everyone. So we've left those giraffe, and as you can see, our buffalo are now running away. Oh, I'm so sad to have seen that last little bit happen there. It was actually a magical scene. You can see we've got this little watering hole, and we literally just drove off the road to come and check if there's anything here. And when we were just about to leave, suddenly this huge herd of buffalo just came over those hills and went down into this water. And they literally were standing in the water drinking. But unfortunately, I think there was a gust of wind and they picked up our scent and suddenly realized what we were. And they felt quite uncomfortable and ran out as quickly as they could. It was such a beautiful scene. You can see them just poking their heads up in that grass over there. Well, our first indication this thing was about to come was actually a few oxpeckers that flew overhead and then dove down. You can hear them calling in the background, a whole lot of oxpeckers all around here. Stunning. See, this is why sometimes it's worthwhile to just sit at a watering hole and see what comes to you, because you can get the most amazing animals coming right there, and especially something like a herd of this buffalo. You know, they're not generally too comfortable to drink with the vehicles around. I don't know why. You know, in bigger watering holes they seem fine, but particularly this one, they tend to run away from us. It was really nice to see them go right into the water because we were already here. We weren't making any noise. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to actually try, this road moves around, and we might get a view of them crossing the road up ahead. So let's try and see that. I can also hear a few more oxpeckers up ahead. So let's go and see if they're around here. Oopsie. You can see they're right around that corner. Here they are. I'm just going to get this through this gap here. So this one that's busy ruminating, you can see how he's regurgitated something and he's just busy chewing it to find a sort of powder. You can tell it's a male because he's got the thick boss on his horns, and also if you have a look, there's a lot of crevices in those horns, so he's a bit of an older male. I'm pretty sure this was the first buffalo that came over the ridge. Here's another female off to the right. I want you to see how she's picking up her head and looking around. He's starting to cross in front of us. Ngala, thank you very much for your question. And to answer, look at how they're moving together even now. Buffalo, that is one of the things that they are known for, is that they are very protective of each other. So they will actually charge to a predator, all of them, as a group. You know, sometimes they say that the males will lead the charge. I've actually seen the opposite. I've seen the females lead the charge and the males come up behind. But I think it will be group specific. I'm just going to try and go around the corner because they're going to cross up ahead again. We're just going to go really slowly. But that is one of the reasons why I'm sure you've seen those older buffalo bulls and know how they are very aggressive. And it is because they feel very vulnerable outside of a herd situation. You know, in a herd, they've got all this power and all the support of the herd behind them. Oh, there we go. There's that big buffalo bull in the road up ahead. I'm just going to stop right here. Sorry, they are on our left. We're just going to stop here, give them a bit of space. Hopefully they'll decide to cross in front. So that's the thing, you can imagine when these bulls eventually leave the herd, they now don't have all this support. So they know it's just themselves, and that's why they can be a bit more aggressive. Yeah. Oh, I do love watching buffalo. Look at this female, how she's lifting her head and watching us. She's got quite red eyes, very bloodshot. You can see all of them are absolutely covered in mud as well. So earlier they must have been mud wallowing. JP, thanks for your question. They are grazers. So you'll see they have to go quite far to find enough grazing for all of them. And luckily for this herd, you see that there's abundance of grass around us. So they don't actually have to move too far as a herd. And that's why you'll see it's quite a smaller group that we've got here. You know, I'm sure you've seen those groups of like hundreds and hundreds of buffalo. But these ones don't have to travel so far because there's so much grass around at the moment. So they're quite happy to travel in smaller groups. So all of these females here would be related. This would be a family unit. And they can join up with other family units at one stage to make bigger herds. And generally in the winter months, you're going to see a lot larger herds. And that's just because they've got a lot further to travel. So they feel a bit more secure in bigger herds, you know, more support, more eyes looking out for predators, more options for predators to try and stalk. You can see they've sort of given us a bit more of a berth. So I actually don't want to push these buffalo too far. You know, if we keep going, they're going to keep walking off the path that they want to. And I think they actually do want to eventually cross in front here. So we're just going to watch them from this distance. They've now given us the distance that they're comfortable with crossing with. So we'll watch them from here. Swanson. That is a lovely comment. You know what? I think buffalo are often overlooked as being a really special animal to sit and watch. And I mean, I don't know if I agree with you on the fighters thing. They are fighters. But I also love watching buffalo. And I think it's because they do interesting things. Oh, and look there. They're giving each other a bit of a fight. Those are two younger bulls, just sort of play fighting a little bit there. But yeah, there's always something to sit and look at when you're watching a herd of buffalo. And my favorite is the females, especially the looks they give you. You know, as they're crossing, they'll keep turning around, giving you a bit of a look. And they've got these sort of doleful eyes. This one that's about to cross, look, it's got a branch stuck behind its ear there. And so I think what would have happened, you see, that's a very easy spot for ticks to get into because it's very difficult for the buffaloes to actually clean that area. Even to get mud behind there is difficult. So I think what it would have done is found a branch earlier and given itself a good scratch, and one of the leaves is actually broken off there. Yep. Lovely. Bateleur, I hope I'm saying that right, they don't have a mating season, buffalo. So they will mate all year round, and they will have their young all year round as well. So I don't know if you noticed that one female that was in the road earlier was very, very heavily pregnant. She had swollen teats. She was quite round as well. So she's going to give birth quite soon. And generally, any animals that have a birthing season, they'll give birth around our raining season, which is generally November to January. The only 3 animals that we've got that have a distinctive birthing season on Phinda is our wildebeest, our impala, and our warthog. So I don't know if you heard those red-billed oxpeckers, they just flew over. They're going to land on those buffalo. But like I said, I think these buffalo, you know, they're a bit weary of us. They're giving us a bit of a berth, and I think it would be better if we just left them to carry on grazing here. We had a really lovely sighting, and I don't want to disturb them any more than we have. So I think we might just head off back to that open area that I wanted to get to a little bit earlier, and leave these buffaloes to carry on grazing in these big open grass plains. But it was such a treat to see them walking down to that water and to get a lovely view of them. One of my favorite things is when animals surprise you. You know, you're coming along, well, there's a herd of buffalo or something. Best part about going on drive. So apparently Lauren is doing very much what we're doing. She's also on a bubble. So I think what we'll do is we're going to send you over to her and see what she's managed to find for you this afternoon.
I'm bumbling with a mission. We're heading into Torchwood. Now, Torchwood's a little bit tricky for us, signal-wise, but we're going to try. Tandy spent maybe 2 weeks on Chitwa, and it was fabulous. She was out in the open area, and her and Mareeves were found there every single day. But they seem to have really gravitated back to Torchwood, gone north again, and they haven't left there in quite a while now. Torchwood is also a beautiful property, but it's very dense, so it's very thick. But we're going to give it a go and see if we can get lucky. They're there. Steve had them this morning, but let's just try and see if they've possibly moved a little bit, or maybe they're having a drink at the dam. It would be really nice to see them. It's been a while. I'm just trying to think in my head. Should we take this one, Dobby? Next one.
Yes. Sorry, the comms broke up there. Did you get that, Dove? No, we didn't have any comms there, but I heard it's a question from Lazy Joe. A little bit worried about the comms here. Do all predators prefer dense vegetation? So, when you mention predators, you have oceanic predators, you have insect predators, you have aerial predators in your form of raptors, you have mammalian predators, you have reptilian predators, and you have amphibian predators. So when you use the word predator to preferring dense vegetation, the sharks definitely don't prefer dense vegetation, that's for sure. But I'm guessing you're referring to the mammalian predators. And no, not necessarily. That's not the case, preferring dense vegetation, especially when you find the same predator in a different habitat. So yesterday we discussed the leopards, and the Panthera pardus species has 9 subspecies that's found all around the world, from the Amur leopard, the Chinese leopard, the African leopard, and they will all prefer different habitats, and it won't necessarily be dense vegetation. But of course, leopards are solitary and they don't want to be seen. They're elusive and they generally are shy. Yes, the leopards in the Sabi sands don't appear shy because we get to spend a lot of time with them because they're habituated, but generally they are shy and very, very elusive. They've got that spot pattern to break up the body outline so that they can just weave through the vegetation in whatever habitat they're in, and of course not be seen. So I'm not sure I answered your question there, but it's a rather tricky one. I'm going to go with no. They don't all prefer dense vegetation. So we're going to bumble into Torchwood, hopefully get lucky, but for now we're going to send you across to Pridelands.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We are currently live from eco-training Pridelands, and at the moment we are at a small little pan where we've observed a number of buffalo and elephant that is moving into the area. We're just hoping that they're going to come back very soon. In the meanwhile, my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we have Johan. It's been an incredibly warm day. The temperatures has just soared over 31 degrees Celsius, which is a considerably hot day for this late in the year, especially for an autumn's day. We could notice quite a few of the animals that we were seeing that were moving in and to between the wallows and the dams today. And how we saw the elephants was simply because their ears was flapping and of the shiny bodies from the mud and the reflection from the wet bodies. So quite often, to assist them in cooling their body temperatures, they'll move up and down, their ears up and down. It's believed that they can bring down their body temperature by doing this, roughly by 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. We're going to just position ourselves here behind this log where we are entirely safe at the moment, where the sun is in our favour, the wind is in our favour, and we're going to hope that some more of the animals are going to come back to the pan so that we can enjoy them in a moment or two. These little pans, they quite interestingly quite often start off with a footprint of the elephant that's made in a muddy area, and eventually they evolve to becoming large pans, as a number of different species will come and wallow in them to cool themselves down and then go and rub themselves elsewhere with the mud to get rid of the itch and the parasites in their coat. Good afternoon, Willie, and welcome to the show. Yes, they quite often do. And once or twice this morning, we walked into areas where the wind actually changed from direction and where we had an elephant that walked straight towards us to come and investigate. But once again, we made sure that we are on safe ground and that there's sufficient cover between us and the elephant. And then we just had a gentle conversation with him. So quite often, if you do make animals aware of you when they are coming towards you, and you start gently talking, they relax and then move off. sometimes some individuals can be a little bit more difficult to deal with, and you have to be a little bit persuasive by raising your voice slightly more. And then they normally stop and then move off. With elephants, it's quite evident. They'll normally stop, they'll raise their trunk, and they will use it almost like a periscope as they move towards you. With buffalo, when we do know that they detect us, they often lift their heads. Good afternoon, Cartel, and welcome to the show. They're actually very seldom actually aware of it, that we are even there. A number of times that we walked into areas this morning, we actually walked in and out of sightings without the animals actually becoming aware of it. We even walked very close by to them. So the objective is always to leave a sighting as if the animal was when you first saw it. So we don't want to unnecessarily alter their behavior. But as we mentioned earlier, sometimes the wind direction changes, sometimes oxpeckers might detect you as they come and try and land onto the animals. They might see you and alert the animals of your presence, and then you have to be able to react and respond to those situations. There's another elephant in the background. It seems if he's going to come down to the drainage line to where the pans are. See if maybe if he comes and has a little wallow. Unfortunately not. It seems if he's passing, he's probably going to go to one of the other pans. It's a little bit further down the drainage line. Good afternoon and welcome to the show, Avo. I do always remain slightly nervous, which is a healthy form of being nervous and alert. And I never become, in any way that I become almost like blasé, where you become arrogant about the situation and where you think that you've got the upper hand, because things can go wrong very quickly. But in general, I'm quite relaxed when I do walk through the bush, and I'm quite alert about what's going on around me. And then secondly, I also don't like taking any unnecessary chances where I can jeopardize myself, my guest, or the animal's well-being. It seems that the buffalo and the elephant has now moved off, and we're going to continue our journey. Good afternoon, Morgan, and welcome to the show. With regards to your question, do we ever go on walks at night time? Absolutely not. That's when animals actually lose their fear of us, especially animals such as cats. And in the daytime, we generally find when I encounter lion or leopard on foot, and if they see us before that we see them, they tend to generally run away. However, they know that at night time their eyesight is far better than ours, and therefore they become quite brave and will try and come towards you. And our eyesight is particularly limited at that time of the day, so it's very easy for us to actually walk into trouble. If we think of most of the animals that we see, their eyes are also adapted to seeing at night. We're going to continue and see what we can find, but in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Steve, who's in Djuma.
Welcome to Buffelshoek, everybody, where we have indeed found our lions. And they are indeed hungry because they've been moving. We had them on the other side of the thickets there, and they've moved again in the warmth. But thankfully they moved a little bit more south, so we've got signal because we weren't able to broadcast before. Look at that injury on her head there. I wonder what happened. It looks like a puncture wound. Looks quite painful. Two claws ripped right in there.
Let's remove, let me know.
Rex, if you just switch off, I'll stop my car. You'll hear me?
Magic here. We're not far from one another. I got Tingana. There's 100 meters apart.
Okay, so Rexon's coming to join us, and he's just found Tingana just behind us there. Copied Rex, yeah. So we're just still with the lions here, and let us know what he's up to. Mindy wants to know if there's a difference between lion and leopard scat. Sorry. Well, Mindy, both of them smell horrid. Both of them have the potential to have fur, claws, hooves in it, and bone. Lions are just bigger, much bigger. Far bigger, in fact. But both incredibly bad smelling. If I didn't get that across to you in the first explanation. But thankfully, for those of you who don't know what the two of them look like, I've got this marvelous book that my mother gave me for a Christmas present years ago, which has come in very handy for identifying lots of different types of poo. And here we have it. Okay. Now, here we have lion, scat at the top. And then at the bottom, we have leopard scat. So they could vary slightly. Generally, the pinch at the end here is quite characteristic for leopard, but still covered in the same number of sort of elements. The lions are just far bigger. Obviously, they're a bigger animal. They have a bigger anus and a bigger digestive system. And so, just like an adult rhino gives off much larger dung than a baby rhino, or elephant versus rhino, there's not a size difference really in elephant to rhino. There we go. But back to our lions that are sleeping. Tingana's also lying down. But we might go and have a look at him in the meantime, and we're going to just chill here and see what's happening with our big cats.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner, and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, It was the very early stages of the internet, and all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalts and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Welcome back to some very flat lines. We've only got 4 of them here, maybe 5. So I reckon they're all scattered through the thickets. And for what reason they moved, I do not know. Got quite excited. They got up and started moving. Maybe they saw Tingana. But what he was doing moving, I also wouldn't know. Moving in the heat. Lisa, this is Talamati Pride. Spend most of the time in Buffelshoek, and Manuleti. They do come into Djuma, and that's the only pride we've really been spending time with the last little while. Torchids have popped up on the radar, and kuhumas maybe once, but they seem to have disappeared. I don't know what they're doing. But I had some tracks, I think, of them this morning on Trouble in Boundary. But you can't really tell a pride apart by tracks, just area, location. This is a pride. Okay, so we're going to move because it sounds like Tingana's actually got some meat over there. Maybe these fellows saw that. Cobby Rex, I'd like to come and join you. The Tingana is going to be a little bit more exciting than these lions, but we can always come back. It's just over there, not too far at all. Cobby, thanks, Rex. Is he currently feeding or is he just lying down?
Lying down, really. Not he is more or less.
Okay, copied. Yeah, there's only 4, maybe 5 members of the pride here, so they're all over the place. Okay, so Tingana's probably going to get his kill stolen if he's not careful. Not even 100 meters from here, maybe 60 meters. Rexon on trying to come and join us.
Rex coming for you on.
Found the beautiful male leopard. Okay, well, we're going to see what sighting is working best for us. We do have to probably make space for one other Djuma vehicle to come into Buffelshoek, so we're going to send you over to Marcus.
Welcome back to Ngala, everyone. So we have actually drove past that waterhole where the Birmingham Pride was last seen, and there was no sign of them anywhere close to that waterhole. And we also tried looking for tracks that we might see which direction they might have taken when they left that area, and we just couldn't see anything. So there was a question asked earlier if we use some technology to track these animals, and I mentioned no. So this will be a good example of that. Sometimes, much as we know what to look for, we just are not able to see. So sometimes these animals will walk into an area that will be quite easy to see their tracks, but other times they can just walk into an area that it won't be as easy to leave evidence behind. So yeah, where we are now, it's those nice and open areas that we usually find some general game, and that will be what we are hoping for now, at least, because we don't really know where the Birmingham Pride might be. You might find that they have crossed into Kruger, or otherwise they turn back into our property. But until we can find tracks, or maybe even drive past them on the side of the road under a shade, we'll just have to keep on looking for other animals. So in an area as big as Ngala, we have about 15,000 hectares. So there are some animals. So Kingston wants to know if we've got people that finds the animals for us. Yes, Kingston, we do have trackers who are actually very good at following tracks. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes even those trackers, much as they know what to look for, much as they're good at what they do, sometimes we'll just look for these animals and just don't find them. So that's one of the beauty of being in an area that is not fenced like our area here. Because much as you can look for these animals and you find that some of them might have crossed out of your property, like vice versa, there will be animals that cross and walk into your property. So there is a chance that you will find an animal that you have never seen before in your property, just because we allow these animals space to move, so we don't limit their movements, which it is a good thing actually. So yeah, we do have people who find these animals for us, but also they can only do so much. There are just areas that you can't just find these animals. You can try, but in an area like where we are driving at the moment, to see how thick it is, if animals do walk here, your chances will be a trail, and if they don't leave much trail behind, you will just struggle to find them. So like with that waterhole where we were earlier, seeing that there were no tracks, what ideally you might want to do after that is just to drive all these roads that surround the waterhole, which we call loop roads, because much as close to where they were last seen, there might not be as much evidence, but you find that you drive to another road that is actually not close to that waterhole, and then with luck you find those tracks, in which case you will be able to follow them, and hopefully they might lead you to where the animals you're looking for are. You see, it is thick where we are driving at the moment. However, up ahead there are some pretty open areas that will be able to see a good distance from the road. So maybe something will come up. So you do get some tracks on the road here, but unfortunately all the tracks that I can see, none of them are Pride tracks. So it's mostly the general game tracks that I see on the road here. So some zebras as well as some warthogs. So let's just keep at it. See what is it that we might find. So what was that question? So Kellen wants to know if I enjoy bird watching. For sure, Kellen, I do enjoy bird watching. Like, I think birds are always interesting. I've seen some bird species feeding on some termite eruptions. I have seen a pied kingfisher which was fishing on a water hole, which is quite nice to watch. So yeah, I will say I do enjoy bird watching. So depending on what the birds will be doing at a time, most of the time they're quite fun to watch them just going about doing how they do the things they do, how they hunt, those sort of things. So this is those open areas I mentioned earlier that we might find some general game, of which these lions, it's what they will be after. So much as they do need cover when hunting and all that, areas like these that are open attracts a lot of general game, which in turn will attract these predators to hang around or close to those areas, seeing that they might have a chance at a meal. But it looks like so far no sign of the Birmingham Pride, at least where we are or where we've driven past. Yeah, so we'll just keep making our way towards the central parts. So Zinzi would like to know if these vehicles do scare animals away. Yeah, sometimes they do, Zinzi, not always. Like most of these animals that we got here are pretty much used to these vehicles, especially the animals that we can go off-road to go and view. So we have to be sensitive also to the area, or the bushes. So we don't off-road for all the animals that we find here. So there are a chosen few that we off-road for. So those ones mostly will be used to these vehicles. But as for those ones that we don't off-road for, when driving like this and you find that maybe they are very, very close to the road, they do look a bit uncomfortable with this vehicle. So sometimes they will just run just small distances to try and get away, but they don't just run away from it. Yeah, so while we're heading back central, hoping for the other members of the Birmingham Pride, we'll send you over to Steve. Let's see what he's got at Buffelshoek Dam.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the Duke of Djuma himself, Tingana, the one and only Warthog Slayer extraordinaire. Still got it in him. Sir Exon is on his way to join us with the lions that are only maybe 50 to 60 yards. Call it 80 yards. But they were not far away at all. They might have heard some of this earlier. They might have been, that's why they moved, but they weren't able to pick up because they definitely looked like they were looking for something earlier. So they might have heard this a long time ago, but not really heard it, otherwise they would have been here. But we drove past him because we went around this block. He's right next to the road. The road is right here. But I think he's aware. Although he hasn't tried to move his kill up to a tree, which is what I think he should do, Tingana. Listen to me, my friend. You are highly advised to move that kill up the tree because Telemati Pride is very close. And lions take no prisoners, everybody. Obviously, if the lions had come, he would, if he had time, he would try to grab the kill and leave with it, but he would probably just abandon it, save his life, and go. There we go, straight for the meat. The first thing they'd want to do is go and get the meat, which he's eaten a fair amount of. It's a graphic viewing, so if you're not into that sort of thing, please do look away now. It does appear to be the lower half. I wonder if he's stolen it from somebody. Justin, there's almost no wind. It's very still. It's very, very still. And obviously wind needs to travel, needs to push the smell from side to side, and there's none. There might be some wind picking up a bit later as the afternoon starts to cool, but for now, both he and the lion pride are unaware fully of each other's presence. But this warthog is completely missing a head, which is very interesting. Okay, so we have warned you about possible graphic content. Now we'll have a look at that's the lower section of this warthog. Wonder what on earth has happened to it. Not often cut in half like that. Maybe it's young enough that he started with the face, but it's often that leopards start with the hind quarters. CK, your heart is happy, mine too. We saw him the other day. He didn't give us a very good body posture of himself, but we were aware it was him. But now he's unmistakable. Everybody saw him a moment ago. Unmistakable, very characteristic face. He has been in the hearts of many of our viewers, and myself included, since the first day I walked in the door at Djuma. I interviewed live, we found him, and then Hosana joined, so Tingana was the first leopard I saw. Obviously, I'd seen Hosana on one of James's drives, but the first leopard I saw driving live for WildEarth was the Duke of Djuma, and Hosana could not be upstaged. He had to join him, of course. And then Tingana went through a little bit of an illness in 2018, if all of you old-time viewers remember. Those of you new-time viewers might not know, but Tingana, who was reigning Duke 2017 and a few years before that, something happened to him. He just suddenly lost condition. He had this weird little floppy ear. I mean, James kind of attributed it almost to like he'd had a stroke or something. He just lost enormous amount of condition. He wasn't able to patrol. He wasn't able to hunt. But Hosana was going through the stages of being a 1 and a 2-year-old leopard and was being very, very good at food close to Djuma camp. The guests that are with Rex and Ryan now actually recall years ago when Hosana was catching all the food around camp and Tingana was just stealing it from him. And I think that saved Tingana's life, everybody. He was calling a lot. That's when Hukumori came onto the scene. Talamba was a new little, she wasn't even, in that time she was still in a few months old, first year of her life. Everybody was concerned about Hukumori coming in and Tingana not being able to defend his territory, what was going to happen to Hukumori. And Tlalamba, and Tandi was moving west, or east, should I say. And Tingana was still calling and still being very dominant from a vocal point of view, but he wasn't able to patrol. He wasn't able to cover ground, wasn't able to do what he was supposed to do, and that allowed Hukumuri to move in. And suddenly, by the end of the year, he was looking much fitter, much stronger. He was calling viciously again, although that's something he never lost. He was moving a lot. He even started going back into Arathusa. So his territory shrunk for a moment, and then almost overnight, while it took a few months, he regained it. And now in the last 5-6 months, he's kind of started to sort of become a lone, wandering male, moving between. Now, a good sign is, for Tingana, is I can hear some impala rutting north of us, other side of where the telematis are, and that will get their attention, and they'll probably move into that direction. They can't help themselves with the noises of impala calls. And so that might alleviate Tingana on his headless warthog kill. You think the warthog got a bit ahead of itself, Morgan? A little bit of humour here on this Friday afternoon always goes a long way.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived! Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's 2.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Welcome back. So we left the buffaloes, and then we actually managed to get a flat. So we've been off for a little while, but as you can see, we've got some lovely warthogs that are walking right past us, and it's really great to see how relaxed they are. Well, not so relaxed maybe. It was quite sweet as in the beginning they were actually walking past our beware of the elephant sign, so we were joking that maybe they thought they were elephants. I'm just getting a bit nervous here. You can see that there's quite a lovely family unit The one in the middle is the biggest one, and then the one off to the right, a little bit smaller, so a little bit of a younger female. And then you can see these two little piglets. Those would be the piglets of that older female from last year. So last year around December she would have had them. So already about 5 months old. 5 or 4 months. You can see that her teats are still quite swollen. She's still suckling them. But as you can see as well, they are still feeding on grass. So generally, the milk is there to supplement the diet a little bit, but they'll start feeding on grass a few months after they're born. Lovely to see these little warthog. And the reason I say they're females is you'll only see the males around the groups of females during mating season. But also, just to double check, you can have a look at the warts on their face. If you have a look, this female has one set of small warts just below her eyes. Males will have much larger warts below the eyes, and then a second set just above the tusks. So this female doesn't have. And then, of course, the teats is the main giveaway. As that golden light is starting to come out right about now. You can see a whole lot of leaf litter, well, grassy patches that are caught on top of their fur. And it's quite sweet just to actually also notice that mane that they've got right on top of their backs there. Absolutely stunning. They're starting to move off. I think we'll have to leave now. We are actually on our main road, and there's a vehicle that wants to go past. You can see we've also just lost the view of these warthog. So I think we're going to try and get to that area that we've been saying we're going to get to the whole afternoon. Luckily we've got, thanks so much. That's just the vehicle going past. Luckily we've had some wonderful sort of stops along the way. We got distracted by that herd of buffalo and that wonderful group of giraffe. But yeah, let's head back to that area, and hopefully we won't have any more tire problems and see what we find this afternoon. So we're going to send you over to Ngala and see what they've managed to find.
Welcome back to andBeyond, Ngala, everyone. Look at what we have in front of us here. So as you can see, there are some zebras, there are some impalas, and also to our right here, there are some wildebeest that will show to you shortly. Look at that impala running there. There's a nice head. And to the right, there we go. Some blue wildebeest as well. So earlier I mentioned that these open areas will sometimes get some general game, and this is a good example of what I meant. So you see all these three species getting together in this area like this. So of course that safety in numbers, so they are here for that. There will be more eyes looking out for predators, but also good grazing grounds. So much as these three animal species eat grass, they don't really compete for grass at the moment, because at this time of the year there is a lot of grasses. And also there are some other animals like these wildebeest that actually prefers the grass that are much lower, the trimmed ones. So the zebras and the impalas will most probably go for any other kind of grass, and then in turn it will benefit these wildebeest that will go for the smaller ones. And look at those two rams sizing up each other there. Yeah, so you see all those displays of that action that we get from impala rams at this time of the year. And so it's a nice area. However, we'll be leaving this area, continue with our search for lions, and in the meantime we'll send you over to Pridelands.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Trading Pridelands. We're currently at Leopard Dam, and as we made our way over here, we had a number of sightings of buffalo and elephant. One of these buffalo has just came in behind the vegetation now, and he seems to want to come and have a drink. We're just going to sit here for a little bit and see what he does. So the buffalo that we did see is a single bull. It seems like if it's one that's been separated from herds. And quite often what I've seen over the years is that a number of males will form groups separately away from the herds. These are normally individuals older than 8 and between 11 years of age. Quite often what they will do is they will go and recover, regain their strength and their energy, and then move back into the breeding herds. However, some of these individuals might never return. In some of the areas where I've worked with before in the Manetsi concession, we often witness large groups of bulls coming into the area. And quite often, over a period of time, we see the group becoming smaller and smaller. Here's our buffalo coming closer. You might just see him going through the vegetation, and he might come and down and come and have a drink. Quite often, these old bulls also get targeted by a lion. And we see sometimes with their behavior is that they tend to be more aggressive and alert than normal breeding herd members would be. So, safety in numbers always counts in your favor. However, when you're on your own, you can end up quite vulnerable to attack to species such as lion. I've also over the years seen a number of lion attacks on buffalo going horribly wrong. One of those instances was where a number of lions decided to go for a single old buffalo. The buffalo very quickly turned on the lions and hooked one of these lionesses and flung her some 2.5 meters through the air. Within minutes or seconds, he was on top of her again and flung her again into the air. Afterwards, trampled her and horned her, and that was the end of the fight. I've also over the years seen a number of lions trying to go for a larger group of buffalo, where the buffalo actually turned on them and chased them up into trees. So as we normally think of lions that they don't climb and that it's normally only leopard that climb, lion can climb when they want to. And very quickly, when they are pursued by a dangerous animal such as a buffalo, Good afternoon, Izzy Moon, and welcome to the show. Yes, they can be very unpredictable in their behavior, especially if it's an individual that has past history with either a number of different threats that posed it. That might be humans, it might have been lion. And in general, we also see that breeding herds can be more placid in their behavior. However, once we've also had a large herd of buffalo which was actually pushed towards us by a group of lion. So under normal conditions that would have been quite a easy sighting and a safe sighting to view, but luckily we had safe ground between us and enough cover, and the buffalo went around us without posing any form of danger to the group. We're going to sit here a little bit longer and see if our buffalo is going to come down and drink. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Lauren.
We've been having the most magical moments with this bull elephant, but sadly he's gone off into the thicket now. The visuals are not so great, but you can just hear him. Feasting away on the delicious vegetation. And off into the thicket he goes, I'm afraid. We had a lone lioness on First Rock. It was quite a surprise. We went there looking for Tandy and Mareebs, and we found a lioness. We believe she's from the Torchwood Pride. She appeared to be alone, but sadly we were not able to broadcast. Okay, short but sweet moment with that bull. We're going to change our direction. I'm just finding the most ideal place to turn the car. And we're going, oh, that's a bit of a hole there. Are you still on board, Rav? Nope. He said no, but I have a funny feeling he is. I'd like to see some more elephants, actually. That was just a lone bull. Okay, I'm going to head upwards to Buffelshoek Dam, and we're going to send you guys across to Steve.
We are with the Duke. Our Exon is with the lions that are started moving. Just going to listen, see exactly where they're headed. I'm just going to double check his direction. Rex confirmed they're heading directly south there.
Yeah, Steve, it's Tingana that you pull that Warthog up in a tree.
Oh, but I'll keep you posted. He's still very flat. So the lions are moving, giving him space. There's some space between. Rexon's going to stay with the lions. They're moving away. We're on the western side of where the lions are, and they're now going south. So just going to be quiet. Listen. That's what he's got to go with, is the noises in the bush. You don't often find female leopards.
In the pride now. Just joining.
Whole pride is there. Now it's amazing how often.
Yeah, we've got one of these Mafasing galas walking up.
It's amazing how often these sort of interactions will happen.
Yeah.
Where they're close by, completely miss themselves or each other. But there's also always the risk of a male leopard or female leopard having a kill on the ground like this, and lions coming in and stealing it. And there's always threats and dangers. These animals are always on edge. Males are generally a little bit more comfortable on the ground than females, although neither are any match for a lion. But their lightning quick reflexes is something to behold. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to take it towards a tree. Maybe he will. Quite often you will find leopards will feed on a kill on the ground during the daytime. As it starts to get to this time, to start cooling down, and the potential of other predators to start moving, they'll then move to a tree and hoist it. So it's going to be tough without a head. I don't know exactly. Maybe that's the concern. Maybe that's the concern. They do manage to wedge it normally quite well. But when it's missing half of its body, it's very interesting. Okay, well, JP is still hanging out by the dam. I wonder what he's got for you this time. Seems like you're not going anywhere right now. Okay, now we are indeed sending you over to JP, the dam.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. Our patience have eventually paid off and our buffalo bull has returned to come and have a drink. Seems he maybe wants to have a little bit of a wallow as well. We're not going to speak much and just allow you to enjoy the sighting while he's having a drink. Seems as our buffalo has a change of mind and is currently enjoying a little bit of a wallow in the mud to try and cool himself down. Good afternoon and welcome to the show, Vincent. When it comes to buffalo, they don't mark territories as though they are non-territorial species. As if they're dependent on quite a large amount of food, they have to opt out for a home range, which is an area which is neither demarcated or defended, as for example a lion would do by marking by means of urine or spray or feces and a number of other methods. So these guys only fight when it comes to access to females, when they want to gain dominance. And if we see the big groups, there's normally a number of dominant bulls within a group, which can potentially breed with a number of the cows. And these guys will keep the younger bulls in check and preventing them access to these cows that are in estrus at that moment. It seems as if our buffalo has now moved off. We're going to start slowly moving off out of this area as we will no longer be able to follow this buffalo as he went into quite thick vegetated area. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you back to Steve.
Welcome back to Tingana. The lions have walked in the opposite direction, so for now he's good, he's safe. It's not that full. You'd think he would have eaten more. You'd think he'd be fuller. Apologies for the game drive radio. Well, no, about 40 meters. The closest big tree. 35 meters. They're going in the opposite direction. Thankfully for him. He doesn't even know it. Stretching out on his bed. Christian, they all got unique spots. I actually normally look at the faces. I recognize their faces, but there are sort of spot patterns above the lips, whisker spot patterns. Some of our viewers have got ID kits of these leopards, the left leg, right leg, their backside, all sorts of wonderful ways of identifying. They're taken from screenshots and images on the show. But some of them are just so characteristic and so easy to identify their faces that we don't even need that. You do start to learn how different they all are. Somebody sees a leopard, they always think, oh, that looks just like a leopard. And of course it does. But there are quite a few characteristic features that these individuals will have. Oh, he's had an injury on his left shoulder there. Just there. Just above. Now it looks like he's got a wound. Ow. Now that is what happens when you fight with warthogs, everybody. You get lacerations on the skin. It doesn't look too bad. But it could, if it was in the right spot, completely sever a ligament. Seems to be okay. Beach girl, we haven't seen him mating in a little while, so I can't tell you for sure. But he would if the lady presented himself. But he's definitely, we haven't seen him doing so. He's not patrolling, he's not being territorial. That's normally one of the privileges that come with being a dominant male. Going to be making some space shortly, everybody, to make room for everybody else. With the woodpecker there. His head is up. Obviously, finding leopards on Warthog kills is always exciting. We'll be making space shortly for the vehicles to come and have a look. Hyena, if you just stand by there for a minute, I'll make space for you.
Rex.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's where I'd like to.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Hey, welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So we are still making our way towards the central part of the reserve. So earlier we got updates of that lioness. For those of you who were tuned in for the sunrise safari, that lioness and 3 cubs that we saw. So we got an update that she's still somewhere around that area. So she is that one that we'll be hoping to go view. So I'm sure you can see that it's not as sunny anymore, but there is still a bit of light. So it's slowly getting a bit cooler, which means that she might move. But all of that being mentioned, you saw how young those cubs are. So those are the sort of cubs that we try and not view after dark. So we will just have to go and try view them while we still have a bit of light. And then hopefully the mother will get to hide them somewhere, in which case we then will be able to follow the mother while she gets active and try to hunt during the night, which will be quite nice to see. So earlier we couldn't see that male, but apparently he was somewhere close to where we saw those lions. So also it would be nice if we can get in that area and find the male is still there. He gets on to do what he does best, which will be patrolling his territory come sunset, and then he does that. He send marks on the way. Even maybe Raw try to call his brother. So Ngala, it is located in, I will say, the western part of Kruger National Park. So we are right on the western edge of Kruger National Park. But it is in Kruger. There are just those areas in Kruger that we can't traverse. So quite close, about maybe 3 hours or so away from Phalaborwa or south from Phalaborwa. I'm not sure if Lucy does know where that is, but yeah, we are basically on the western edge of Kruger. So yeah, like I was mentioning, we will head towards that area. So much as we didn't find the other members of the Pride. So it's quite nice that there are a lot of cubs with this Pride at the moment. So the lionesses try and keep the cubs away from the rest of the Pride members. And so yeah, I mentioned that we don't view the cubs at night. That's also, we try not to put those cubs at risk by viewing them at night, that we might be giving away their position, so to speak, to animals like hyenas who would want to kill those cubs. So it's more being sensitive towards these animals. And at night we just let them be. So it's more the adult lions that we will be able to view. Sorry, Christian, I didn't get your question. No, I don't really get that question. So Christian wants to know if these lions, they've got the same route that they follow every day. No, Christian, they don't. They can move pretty much anywhere. So like with these lions, the one thing that will make them to move, I will take it will be hunting. So it's a need to feed, and that always depends on where they will be able to hunt and succeed. So like I'm sure these lions will know that most open areas do have a lot of general game. So if they do know that, most of the time you might find that they go to a certain open area that they get these animals time and again, but they don't really have to follow that pattern. So it depends on where exactly that they get their food, because they can also go for animals like kudu that you don't see out in the open most of the time. So they are always in thickets. But with these lions, it's more about survival. So they won't really be picky about these roads that they take. Any road they can take, as long as they can achieve the objective, which is to feed and stay in good health and be able to defend their territories and raise their young ones. So yeah, I think let's slowly make our way towards that area and see what this one lioness will get up to. Because we saw earlier that she is taking strain also from these cubs, that she is lactating, but if she doesn't feed as regularly, she might struggle producing milk for those youngsters. In which case, it will really be a wasted effort if she were to lose her cubs, because she couldn't feed as regularly, and yet they needed some milk from her. So these lions are not really having an easy life, but it is what it is. It is what they have to go through, and also their success depends on the upbringing of those 3 cubs. Because like I mentioned earlier, one of those 3 cubs is a male and 2 of them are females, which that male come the time will Sorry, you broke up there. I didn't get the question. Yeah, so you want to know if kurus feed in thickets for safety reasons. That can be one of the reasons. So another thing is because in thickets it's where kudu will get food to eat. Since kudu are browsers, so they go for trees, and then they will sometimes eat some fruits of a certain trees, but yeah, it's more for safety. And also that kudu, especially with the males, unlike these lions that we want to go and see, they most of the time you'll find them solitary like that. They are not in groups, so of course they won't have as much eyes looking out for predators. And if you have seen a kudu before, you saw how big their ears are, so that will be also to listen in those thickets. So like sound doesn't really travel far in thickets, but a kudu with those huge ears will be able to pick even the slightest of sounds that gets passed through those bushes. And also if you have seen kudus hooves before, or their tracks or their spoor, they are very small in relation to their body size. So that's also another adaptation for them not to be making as much noise in these thickets that they'll always be in. So in kudu adopts something called registering. When it walks, where it puts its left or its front feet, that's the same spot where it will sort of put the right feet, so that they don't make as much noise when walking through those thickets. But yeah, also kudu are prone to predation from these lions. Much as they do live in thickets, there will be that time when lions also, there will be a need to feed, and then they will find the kudu in the thickets and they'll get into positions, and sometimes they'll just be successful with a kudu like that. So I guess much as a kudu might be living in a thicket also, but there's really no room for error or to relax. They'll just still need to be as alert. Yeah, so I think let's just see what those lions get up to, and then we'll send you over to Stephen Djuma in the meantime. Let's see what is in store for us.
Welcome to Simbabile, everybody, where we've come to find our water chickens, and to also allow you to just have a silent moment in this beautiful afternoon light. We try for a nice peaceful moment, and then the rutting impalas shouting in the background. I apologise for that, everybody, but it is what it is this time of year. I completely missed both the rutting season last year and the lambing. Going to catch the beginning of the rutting season. Just the last few days, the boys have started really getting very vocal. Hyena, just beautiful. It is a very beautiful moment here. There's the water chickens over there, just on a lily pad. 2 of them. Patience pays off. Oh, just got them. Got their bottoms going into the bush. Oh, that's a win. Let me move forward here. There. Just you stay there. Now coming around. Water chickens. Those of you who think I'm a bit mad, you are 100% correct. These are lesser moor hen chicks. An Afrikaans name for those of you who might have just signed on for the first time. Is called klein water hoender, which, if we translate directly from Afrikaans to English, means little water chicken. So, hence why I actually quite like the name. It's a wonderful name. Been watching these fellows for about 2 weeks now, and more than 2 weeks already. And patience has paid off. Silent moments. Lesser moor hen chicks, feeling truly blessed. Okay, well, Ngala has stopped as well to view the sun. Let's go have a look at their view. Welcome back to Ngala, everyone. Wow, look at that scene. So much as we are after lions, we thought it was well worth us just showing you what a beautiful scene that we've got. A silhouette of trees, that sunset going down. So let's just sit back and enjoy this in silence.
How beautiful is that sunrise? So it was quite nice watching the sun go just back behind the mountains. So I hope the viewers have loved that. And see what a beautiful scenery that is. The beauty of nature indeed, Tumelo, I do agree with you. Look how gorgeous just that is. So like really, if you are in protected areas like these, much as you don't want to see some animals, so it's always worth checking all the things that can get one's eye. Look at the Drakensberg Mountains on the left there. Those beautiful patches of clouds. Very tiny, but they do make a difference. It's like they fit in that whole scene there. So much as that sunset looks exquisite, we'll send you over to Phinda. Let's see what Kim has got in store for us.
Thanks so much, Marcus. Yeah, it is a beautiful time of the day when the sun starts to go down. And we have come to one of my favorite ever spots on Phinda Private Game Reserve. As you can see, we've got this beautiful floodplain out in front of us. And right in the middle of it, have a look there. We've got a herd of elephants that have come down from the north of our reserve and are coming into the south now. Absolutely stunning. I actually think this might be a group of bulls. Looking in my binoculars. They've just come out and are feeding. Other animals that I can see just behind them, there's some wildebeest there as well. There's some zebra, and there was also a white rhino out in the distance. And the reason I say this is one of my favorite views and favorite spots in the reserve is it's actually a very sentimental spot for me and every single andBeyond ranger in South Africa, because this is actually the view that we have from our training camp. If we have a look there, you can just see the top of the roof. That is our training camp right there. We are very, very fortunate to have it overlooking this beautiful floodplain. Reason being, it's quite close to one of our communities that we actually support through Africa Foundation. So we do quite a lot of close work with the communities in the area. And so luckily, it's a bit too close to put a lodge here, so we've managed to keep our training camp here for all these years. And it's actually pretty exciting because we've got another course coming up on the 25th of April. So if any of you out there are thinking of being an andBeyond ranger, please find out a bit more about the course. It's an absolutely unbelievable experience. You know, we go out for the first 6 weeks. You just based at this camp where you've got this, canvas tent. You go out on adventures every day. You do all sorts of, I want to say tests, but it's probably not tests. It's more personality tests. And they just check that you are the right fit for the company. And at the end of every evening, come out to this absolutely beautiful view. Morgan, thanks very much for your question, and that's a really good question. So people often refer incorrectly to a field guide, which I've just done. So a field guide is actually what we do now. So a field guide, their main purpose is to educate people on sort of the natural world around them. So you take people on a guided experience where you educate them and teach them a little bit about nature, and then of course keep them safe. A game ranger is more about conservation. They look after reserves, they help maintain fence lines and roads, and then they also just do habitat work. So those are the two main differences between field guides and game rangers. we do generally refer to ourselves as game rangers. I don't know, it just seems a little bit more hardcore. A little bit more hardcore than guide or field guide. But actually, technically, if you are out giving a game drive and having an educated experience, that is what a field guide would be responsible for. You can hear the gorgeous bushwhack in the distance. So whenever I come here and I see a view like this, it just brings me back to those 6 weeks. It was the most awesome time for me, because obviously you're now pursuing something that you really thoroughly enjoy, and there's all these nerves and emotions going through you because you don't know if you're going to make it through the course, if you're going to be cut, or if you're going to actually succeed in becoming a game ranger. And I remember bringing my yoga mat out at the end of every day's training and just giving myself 10 minutes to sort of sit and watch this view and see whatever comes down and just sort of absorbing it. So I think we're going to sit and enjoy this for a little bit longer. Let me continue on my sentimental journey. But in the meantime, we're going to send you over to Lauren at the den and see if she's got any activity that side.
Well, everyone, I finally got what I've been waiting. She's trying to eat is trying to eat the flies. Why are you trying to eat the flies? This is my 9th day here and my first real den sighting. So things are definitely changing, but we do have Ribbon here, Ngwazi, Shimpulu, and Tima's little one. And another cub I think might be Novella, but I haven't properly managed to identify them yet. Well, hello everyone. They were actually all in one puddle together when we first arrived, but it was either Ngwazi and Shimpulu that got quite upset that they were too close to their mom. It's good to see you, Ribbon. Now, I was asked a question earlier on that I didn't properly get the chance to dive into, and why we're not seeing them. And I really don't know. There's been a seasonal change, and that will definitely impact them. But I would have anticipated that it would mean we see them more, because it's colder now. So I think it's a combination of factors, seasonal change, and also the cubs are getting older, especially the oldest 4, which is Ngwazi, Shimpulu, Kingerika, and Pumela. Excuse you, Franklins. So the oldest 4, and even Braveheart, we can throw her in the mix. They're exploring. They really are. After we left the den yesterday, Ngwazi flew past us. So fast, galloping around, excited, freedom. So I really do feel it's a combination of factors. They clearly are still using this den. This is den number 3. Ribbon's here. She's the matriarch. 4 cubs are here. But I think there's a lot of movement now. They're getting mobile. They were moved to den number 1, and then the lions came, and I think that's why they've moved back. But they've now learned, there's a big bad world out there. There's other dens. There's lots of places to go. So I think that's the reason that we're not seeing them too often. But they're here, and I am just over the moon. What's with the aggression between you two? Lauren, 100%. 100%. We see them regularly in our camp. Swazi ran into us this morning. I also did some yoga on my yoga mat, which is delightful. They're always in our camp. They're very familiar with humans. I've actually had, when we used to do bushwalk here, they're obviously doing bushwalk at Pridelands now, but we used to do that here also. I had some fantastic sightings with hyenas on foot. Really, they are, I know they look fierce and some people think they look really ugly. I definitely don't, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And they do have a powerful bite, a bad reputation. I think they are just incredible animals, and I think most of the hyenas here are extremely habituated to vehicles and extremely habituated to people on foot. I'll never forget the day I went jogging around quarantine, and I can hear someone running behind me, but I think, oh, it's Davy, you know, he can't run that fast. And as I turned around, there was Swazi. Swazi was much younger, it was about a year ago, and he just joined me on the jog, and he galloped with me for a little while, and then he ran into the bush. I really do feel safe. I would never approach them or do anything dangerous. They're wild animals at the end of the day, but they're really not going to be affected by us in the vehicle here. So I'm going to sit here and thoroughly enjoy every moment with the Djuma clan.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived!
Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the wildearth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Wow. Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. How beautiful is that? So for those of you who were with us on Sunrise Safari, that's the action that I was talking about earlier that these cubs couldn't really show us in the morning. I'm just glad that we got here in time that they felt they need to be that playful. You see, while they play like that, they give Mommy a little bit of alone time there so she can try to take it easy. because, yeah, it is just around that time that she will want to start moving. So on our way actually to this sighting here, we drove past some impalas that are not really that far from here, maybe 600 meters or so in that open area. That is probably where they might congregate and spend the night. So these lions are actually on a very good spot. Oh, look at those cubs. Isn't that just amazing to see? So I got asked a question earlier about what do I think are the most playful between elephant and these lion cubs. So I thought, yeah, the comparison wouldn't be fair to both these species, but you can see how playful these young cubs are, but also much as they are playing. So that will be affirming their bonds. That will be training their muscles on how to move. So that playtime is the most important part, especially for the cubs that age. You see how they look like they're playing hide and seek there. How cute is that? So Naren would like to know if these cubs will stay together forever. Like now, since they are still young cubs, they will most probably stay together like that, and also growing up. So, but when they come at that age of about anything from 2.5, 3 years, that male will most probably get kicked out of this pride by the dominant males of this pride. Whether or not that will happen while these Ross males are still the dominant males remain to be seen. But yeah, the male will get kicked out when it comes to that age of around 3 years or so. And it will then start leading a nomadic life. But these two females will probably remain in this pride. So the only one thing that they might break away, but chances are even if they do break away, these ones will stick together. So it's if this pride gets bigger that even if they've taken down something big, maybe a buffalo doesn't last that long, then that might be the only time when they might break away. But chances are that these two will stick together. But yeah, that male one will lead a nomadic life, so he might even move great distances away from his natal pride here. But yeah, they are still a long way from that, so there's still that cute cubs that you see there with no worries at all. Look at that one. So we'll stick a little bit longer with these animals here. Hopefully those cubs will give us even more action. And in the meantime, let's send you over to Lauren with some hyenas.
So much action at the den. There's 2 adults I haven't identified yet. Anal pasting, ribbons got up. I think it's one of the males. Oh, greeting ceremony. I have missed this.
infrared.
You're going to go into infrared. Alrighty, we're going to go into infrared. Lack of light here. Another adult incoming. This is the most active den I've seen in so long. I think the adult that's standing at the den entrance is Volko. I could be wrong. You're welcome to tell me I'm wrong. I was working with a lot of, well, severe lack of light now. But I think it could be Volko. And Ribbon got up immediately as soon as she heard someone walk into the den. Hyena boy, yes, this isn't Dima's cub down here. Getting far too big for my liking. Look at that. A well-fed, very healthy little boy. This is what I've been waiting for so long, to spend time with the Djuma clan, and for some reason they've all gone to the other side. Shall we bump around, Davy? We're in infrared, so we're not going to get the best views if we work it from this side. So let's just go around and see who the other adults are. It gets very tricky. Human eyes, we're really diurnal creatures at the end of the day, and our eyes do not sort of work well in the crepuscular hours, shall I say. It takes a lot of adjustment. See where I can position here. What do you think, Dove? You can work with this? Okay. There we go. Who do we have here? Okay, we've got hyenas pretty much everywhere. Mohammed, they have a strict social structure to maintain order, if you like. If you think about it, it would be absolutely chaos otherwise. Oh, this is a very tender greeting. Who do we have? Julie, I'm really glad to hear that you've fallen in love with hyenas since watching WildEarth. Dobby has too. I have too. They're just so remarkable. I really try to sort of respect and learn about all animals equally, and I sometimes feel it's not fair when some animals have a negative reputation. I spent 8 years as a marine biologist in Maldives, working so hard to change people's perceptions of sharks. We spoke about predators earlier. Predator is such a broad term that can refer to so many different organisms. And when it comes to sharks, they're just not, well, a lot of people don't like sharks and they don't understand how important they are. And I think they're gorgeous. But of course, humans are scared of them. We don't necessarily understand them. They're cartilaginous fish who have very large teeth, very powerful, and there has been attacks on humans. So I spent most of my career there trying to change people's perceptions, trying to get people to look at it from a different angle. And I think I've sort of also adopted that approach with hyenas, shall we say. And it's very sad because in the Maldives, they've just opened up a sort of new law that allows people to come in and fish sharks again after protecting them for so long. Apex predators, be it oceanic, be it aerial, be it terrestrial, they occupy the top level of the food web. Not the food chain, the food web. And the apex predators are not really known to have natural predators of their own. That's why they're at the top. And sharks, of course, are apex predators of the ocean, but yet they're the targets of human fishing for so many different reasons. Mostly shark fin soup, which is an awful trade, a big demand all across Asia. The disappearance of a large apex predator, be it a lion, be it a shark, would affect all levels of the trophic system. It would have, there you go, Davy. Is that what you were trying to sign language to me? The light's now working. It would have a completely knock-on effect. So without big sharks preying on them, populations of smaller sharks and big fish, also known as mesopredators, would increase. And therefore, the greater number of mesopredators would then consume more herbivorous fish that feed on algae. So with fewer herbivorous fish eating the algae would then suffocate and smother and completely compete for coral, outcompete for coral, because coral is slow growing, and therefore the entire coral reef would crash. There would be no ecosystem support. And that's just an oceanic example. I know we're looking at hyenas who are also predators, and they also have a terrible reputation out here. So although they're not apex predators, essentially, they still fulfill a really fundamental role out here. And I think it's super important to appreciate them for the role that they fulfill. And they're also extremely enjoyable to watch, which means I'm going to sit here as long as I can and send you off to another live location.
Well, everybody, we've caught up here to buffalo. They're surrounding us. So I'm just going to allow you to enjoy the sounds of them moving and feeding through the vegetation. Everywhere. And I did in fact go back to Red Dam this morning, and then Djuma Private killed one. Apparently Djuma Private is looking good and strong. And when we found the buffalo on the main road, we were only about maybe 60 meters to 100 meters from our favorite pride of lion. allow you still to just enjoy. There's something very magical about being surrounded by all of these big animals. Christian, the horns do get bigger. Obviously not all bulls get the same size horn. I wouldn't say they drop lower, but they get bigger and thicker. The boss develops more. They've done most of their turn quite early on in life. They just get more solid. Can't really see them. We are in the woodland here, upslope of the broad-leaved savanna. There we go. I think I answered that in the previous question about the horns. They become more solid, Garth, as they get older. If anything, there's the potential for it to break off, but that's just due to pressure and exertion, not due to frailty. Let's move back, see if we can get some more. The horns get stronger and stronger and more solid as animals get bigger. So lovely being in amongst them. Smell of cows, noises. Quite a few on the left. I always quite like it on Djuma because there's no pressure at a buffalo sighting. No one really wants to come and see them for some reason. I do. I like to be in amongst them. You can see that when they're on the right of frame. Those horns have already bent or turned. They're just going to get thicker and thicker and more solid. Tabang, no, I'm not nervous. I mean, they're not out to get me. They're not looking to hurt me in any way. I'm giving them space. We basically heard them coming and we parked the car in sort of the pathway, and then they just surrounded us. You know, they don't feel any threat to us, from us, and there's no need for them to give us a hard time. I quite enjoy it, actually. But I suppose there is that mindset. Everybody knows they're a dangerous animal, and that's one of the things when many people come out on safari for the first time, come out on a vehicle, and you just think the entire time you're at risk of being killed. And it's not like that, everybody. These animals are wild animals, but they're not out to hurt you. You're not out to go and push them and touch them and pet them, of course. So they've got no reason to cause us harm. Ethical guides will always respect the animals, respect the space, allow the animals to come to you if they want to, if they choose to. And that's perfectly normal. They're not here to cause us harm. Obviously, they have the potential, as does a moving vehicle. But if you respect the road, you will also not get hit by a car when you're crossing. So there we go. And just like that, the buffalo's lost in the savanna woodland. Oh, it was wonderful. Did you like that, Morgan? Okay, so we are going to move on from our buffalo. We're going to send you to Lauren, just down the road, loving some time with the hyenas.
It's hard One of the incoming hyenas was Heart. It's so tricky to identify them at night. I really struggle, I can be honest with that, at night time. But only one cub. I can't tell if it's Gingirika or Pumela. I don't know where the other one is. Braveheart's running around, causing trouble. But I don't know where the other one of Heart's cubs are. It's in Tima's Baba. Ribbon seems to have disappeared. But that's quite normal for when another adult comes in. One can just leave. It's a babysitter. It's Heart and Ribbon have always had quite a good relationship, and friendships, I use that really loosely, social alliances are very important in hyenas, and there's actually a paper on it. I do mention that quite often, but it's a paper worth reading if you're interested, and it does talk about the importance of a hyena female having that sort of, I know the correct word is probably not friendship, but having that alliance with another member, having a gang. I think that could be Pumela. Moon dove? Dust, moon dust, of course. Sorry, how could I forget? I love that name. Why don't they allosuckle? Because there's a hierarchy. So within lion prides, there's sometimes a dominant lioness, a leader, normally the oldest, similar with elephants that way. Normally the oldest lioness has got the most experience, so she will sort of lead. There's not so much a strict hierarchy as such. Whereas in hyenas, it's very, very strict. You have the the highest ranker at the top, the matriarch, right down to the lowest ranker. And everything you do will be determined by your social status. Normally, that shouldn't change unless you're like Ribbon and you decide to challenge the status quo. So therefore, because there's such a difference between the highest ranker, her resources, her behavior, what she has access to in comparison to the lowest ranker, it wouldn't make sense for hyenas to allosuckle. Although they all want the cubs to survive, of course it benefits the clan to have bigger numbers. At the end of the day, it wouldn't make sense for a high-ranking individual to suckle a low-ranker's cub, I'm afraid. I think this may be the sighting over. I'm just going to check with my spotlight to make sure there's Ribbon or Intima or another adult is not lurking around the corner. That was over far too quickly, wasn't it? But you know what? On the bright side, it was lovely to see them all. Bye, guys. I shall see you tomorrow morning as I check every single day. But as you all know, without repeating myself, we don't stay here without an adult. So I'm going to leave the hyena den, continue to bumble on and see what else I can find.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
Welcome back, everybody. We've moved on from our buffaloes, or should I say they moved on from us and we moved the other way. We don't want to be driving to them with lights, so we allowed them to come to us. They walked past, and now we shall continue on. They headed I just got landed on by a big bug. We're heading due east-ish, northeast, so probably pick them up around Warthog Dam in the morning, or they're going to go through to Sydney's Dam. One of their brethren has been taken down by the Djuma Pride on Arethusa, so they're probably going to get as far away from that as they possibly can. It's always amazing that they will allow one of theirs to be taken. If they only knew, they could just run in there and the lions would leave them. They would. The lions would bow down eventually, but it's that battle, isn't it? It's that constant race they've been going through for a long time. Dizzy, I didn't know there was a bet on the Sunrise Scrubhead takeaway drive. I don't know who won, but we left and never found anybody on the kill. I did eventually have a look at some tracks, and something had dragged that scrub hare about 60 meters on the road. The tracks weren't clear. Something small, but it actually removed all of the fur off of the back leg by being dragged. So I'm not sure what it could have been. Maybe it got bitten by a snake and it dragged itself as it was going through a death throes. It was very hard for me to tell without physically seeing it. I was going to ask Morgan, I was doing a fair bit of head scratching when you're not sure. But we left it. We left it. Could have been a snake, and then it obviously crawled, fell down, but it also might have been dragged by something that then moved off when it saw us. We didn't stick around any longer. We eventually moved off. We went tracking buffalo, which we found eventually. And I haven't been there again today. We were with the lions and with Tingana. Now who knows what else we might find. I reckon we might find a male impala soon. What do you reckon? I reckon there's a very good chance of that, Morgan. I'm going to switch to infrared. Casway, as far as I know, he is still there with the Warthog, but he's still on the ground. So they're actually going to close that lock soon, so that there's no influence. Wow, look at that, Morgan. We've got a male impala. Who would have known? What are the chances? And just like that, our male impala has disappeared. Behind there he is. He's playing a game of Where is Wally? I'm only joking. So, Tingana is still on the floor with that Warthog, last I heard. And the Talamati Pride was still mobile east. Still on Buffelshoek. We are now on the southwestern boundary, or towards the southwestern boundary of Djuma, with a male impala who seems to feel like this is an area worth defending, an area worth maintaining for the females. And into the bushes he goes. Well, thanks, Morgan. That was wonderful work. Okay, and on we shall continue. Who knows what we shall find? This is a nighttime bumble. We had a genet just now that didn't stick around for very long. It just went just like that. Can you do that, Morgan? So we had some guests from Simbili before that were quite excited to see us, and they wanted to know if they could send a request to their family and friends, and we said unfortunately we can't do that, but what we can do, I suppose, is if you know any family and friends at Simbili right now, they say hi. A nice family of them. They're very excited to see us. They were just with the Nkuhuma Pride fighting over the buffalo, so they were very excited. Okay, well, we're going to carry on this way. I think we might go up that way, and we're going to send you over to Lauren, who's also on the move.
I am indeed bumbling. I got very lucky last night with my nocturnal search. I still can't quite figure out what we saw the first time round. I saw some people say it was a scrub hare. It's 100% not a scrub hare. Our vision is very limited as a human here at night time. The view that you guys can see through IR is not really what we can see. What we go by is the eye shine. So you can immediately tell the sort of size and type of animal that you're looking at from obviously the height the eyes are above the ground and the shine that you get back from that tapetum lucidum. Bush babies, for example, you can spot, immediately know it's a bush baby. Even if you can't see the outline, you look and the eyes are absolutely humongous in proportion to the size of the animal. And the bush baby's eyes are very, very red. So you really can't mistake that. Also on the ground, when you look at a scrub hare, their eyes also glow very red. Whereas an impala's eyes glow more sort of yellowish green in the spotlight, of course. The scrub hare is very easy to pick out, but last night, I don't know, I can't figure out what that was. But then, of course, we got a genet. And the genet was up the tree, which was absolutely incredible. I've actually never seen that before. And its tail was all draped down as well. And two things that work in our favor. Now when nocturnal animals are probably going to come out a little bit earlier. We've got time in the darkness. And second, the bush is thinning out. I lost my train of thought there. It came back though. The bush is thinning. It may not be immediately obvious, but it's definitely thinning out. We're seeing more chameleons than I can ever remember seeing. And the vegetation is definitely subsiding. And that's going to work in our favour for finding nocturnal animals. They don't immediately... Ah, Davy, what's that? What's that? Quickly. We're going to go into infrared. There. See the eye shine? It's a mongoose. It's a white-tailed mongoose. Yay! Definitely not the best visuals I've ever had, but it's a white-tailed mongoose. Yes. Okay, let's just wait. It was right next to the road. It's highly unlikely that it'll pop back out again, but let's just wait a moment or two. Patience often pays off. I hope you all managed to see that. Anyway, it's definitely a white-tailed mongoose, and we get many different mongoose species out here, and the white-tailed is larger than the slender and the dwarf and the banded, I think. And it's obviously got a white tail, hence the name, and it's nocturnal. Ah, that was such a brief but wonderful sighting when we were just talking about nocturnal animals. Okay, I'm not sure it's going to come back out again. Okay, we're going to stay in infrared. We're going to be ready to see our next one. I think that's disappeared into the thicket. Aha! That was exciting. I'm also going to look for chameleons. I've been finding chameleons every single night. And they will soon disappear, so I think it's completely worth stopping for every chameleon that we see. Oh. Everything on Wendy's car functions based on mood. If Wendy doesn't want to start, she won't start. If the spotlight doesn't want to start, it just won't start. Very moody. It's a very... Yeah, don't we, Wendy? Ravi, you've just bought the next nocturnal animal. Come on, spotlight. Oh dear. Okay, I'm going to stop and try and get my spotlight back into action, but we're going to send you guys across to Marcus, who's also on a bumbo.
So we have managed to locate those other lions, and it looks like they are on a mission. There they go. So these are the 3 lionesses. So these are the ones that we would usually see with the 2 young cubs. But of course, those cubs are still inexperienced. If these lions go about on a hunt like this, chances are they will just leave those cubs somewhere, and if they do get successful, then obviously they might call for those cubs, or even come fetch them to wherever it is that they might have done that kill. So that area that they are walking towards, there are some open areas that side. So we might find that these lions might be hoping for maybe some impalas or even wildebeest. And you see how also they are that playful. So most of them are these sub-adults. I think there might be 1 adult lioness here. And you see those ones grooming each other there, while that other one is still scanning ahead to see what's up ahead that side. See, there goes the yawn. Down it goes. And you see how that black behind the ears stands out. So I'm not sure exactly what other reasons there might be for that color other than that if maybe these lions are walking, like as you can see how tall these grasses are. So those lions, if they've got cubs that are still maybe small, like the 3 that we saw, and then they're walking on the grasses like that. So that black behind the ear and also the black tip of the tail, that's what these cubs will be looking at to be able to follow these adult lions in a very tall grassy area. So now they've just gone down with that one who was grooming herself there. So Temba would like to know if those cubs will stay where the mother has left them. Like, Temba, chances are they would, they might need to move, like with these 2 cubs they're about a year old, so they are that big that they will be able to get away from trouble and all that. But if they're youngsters, they will need to remain where mommy has left them, because otherwise if they do move about and then hyenas get hold of them, it won't end so well for the cubs. So it just comes boiling down to discipline, I guess. See how that one is lifting her muzzle to sniff the air there. And as always on the background you hear some impala rats. That will be what caught that one's attention, that one that you see looking on the side. The second one also looking that side, standing up. All 2 of them facing in a single direction. There you go. This one lying down here looks like it's more interested in us than finding food. So, Julia, you would like to know if other big cats help each other like these lions do. So these lions are more, Julia, dependent on the pride support. Oh, looks like the cubs were there. So other cats like leopard, they are solitary. So leopards do not have this sort of support system, so they are solitary. The only time you'll see a leopard or more than one leopard in an area is where you'll find a female with her cubs, or even courting leopards, a male that's looking after a female that's an estrus. So those are the cases where you'll find more than one leopard. So no, it's just cats, it's just these lions that depend on pride support like that. So let's try follow those lionesses. Looks like in front here is just those 2 cubs. Who actually concealed quite well. Looks like they've been in this area, but I couldn't see them until they started moving like that. So we'll try and keep up with those females who looks like they are on a mission. There, they're still walking on the road. So I'll try follow them at this sort of distance because I don't really want to mess with their hunt in case there is something maybe up front on those open areas there. We wouldn't want those prey species to see these lions. So much as it will be fun to watch them, we don't really want to interfere with anything. So just want these lions to do the things how they will do them normally. Yeah, so I think we'll keep following these lions. Otherwise, we'll send you over to Djuma. Let's see what Steve has for us.
We've got a southern white-faced owl, everybody. Beautiful. Just flew out of the thickets. And has landed, is now trying to figure out, what are we? Who are you fellows? Third smallest. This we've got the pearl spotted, African barred owlet, or maybe the scops is actually probably smaller than this fellow. Yeah, the scops is actually a lot smaller. So one of the bigger of the smallest owls.
Rex coming from Michelle.
Oh, he's got some food. Look at that. He's got himself a rodent, Bailey. I think definitely owls are affected by light. I mean, all animals are affected by light. They have got the ability, though, to see in pitch black. You can see how the eyes, oopsie, off he goes, were shining back. Owls can see in almost no light at all. Not like us, though. We need light to see. We are not adapted to the darkness like predators are. Most predators are nocturnal, most of them, not all of them. And their eyes are able to see straight through the darkness, which is quite daunting. But if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do. We can't even find the light switch at night. So, of course, all animals are affected by light to a degree. But nocturnal animals are able to control the dilation of their pupil more so than many of the other animals, the daytime animals. So if you've ever had a cat, a domestic cat that's been in your house, the eyes at nighttime, the eyes are quite small, and you have them come in from outside. They've been out in the dark, they come back, they're a bit wild, their pupils are completely dilated. So predators are able to do that. Obviously, it's not ideal to shine lights into their eyes, but they are able to respond to it differently than to what... Morgan spotted it again, but I was looking in the wrong direction. That would have been a nice one as well, Morgan. Sorry about that, everybody. Just came and sat right here in the open above us. So I try and establish a sighting with the spotlight, and then we go into infrared. Obviously, game drives, the pretty much the standard way of viewing things out here is with spotlights. There is a sensitivity that's required. Like no daytime animals are allowed to be viewed with a light. So we've got to be sensitive to it, but we do what we can. So Marcus is with some animals on the move, and I'm sure he's being very sensitive with it as well.
Welcome back to Ngala, everyone. We are still with those females who looks like they are on a mission. So when I shined my spotlight up ahead, I could see some reflection of light. So it looks like there might be some animals out in that open area. So it would be quite nice to see how these females will go about doing all the things they do. So this one you can see in front of us is one of those cubs that decided to just walk past our vehicle. So we'll just bypass, try keep up with those older females. So they are heading towards that open area that I mentioned. So like I said, we'll try and not shine them now because, like I said earlier, we don't want to interfere with anything. We just want these lions to do the things the way they will normally do. I can't really see anything now. I hear some alarm barking. All these animals alarming. So I'm not sure whether they saw these lions or they are just smelling them. All that remains to be seen. I don't have a view of these lions even now. So I saw one lioness cutting into the bushes on our right here. Not sure, maybe all of them have followed her. So we'll just cross also into this bush on our right here. Hopefully we'll be able to keep up with them.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived!
Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's where I'd like to.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Yeah, so we are still with those lions, and they too look like they're still hard at it. So I have a visual of all three of them now. So there were some impalas up ahead in that clearing, but those impalas just alarm bugged and took off. They probably have seen or even smelled these lions. However, there is another much larger herd of impalas not too far away from here, and in that direction that these lions are heading towards. So Danny would like to know what my favorite things about lions is. So I think it's most the support that they have for each other. I know, like, lions, most of the time you might think that they're just lazy animals that are just not doing anything. And yeah, for sure they do spend a lot of time resting, but that's during the day because these animals are nocturnal. So at a time like this, as you can see, they are up and about, they are moving, they are trying to hunt. During the day, they will have to regain all that energy they might have used at night. So much as we might say they're not active most of the time, that small hours, those small hours that these animals will get active, more often than not, they will make them count. And because they're smart, also they use strategy when hunting. They don't just walk towards these prey species. So yeah, I do love that about lions. So Christian would like to know whether there is an audible communication between lions. Yes, there is. Like, with these lions, they will know when they hear maybe another lion roar. They will probably know that this is those dominant males, or this is a roar from one of the Pride members, in which case they will respond if need be. And if it is intruding lions, they will also be able to pick that up. So yeah, they can communicate like that. So we'll just keep following them. And those two cubs that are about a year old are also trailing these three females just at a good distance, because I think they just don't want to mess this hunt. So they'll just keep following them at a distance. And those females are still heading towards that direction where the impala head is. So, Kai, these lions are opportunistic, so they will hunt anything that they can feed. So I don't think they would put as much effort to hunting civets or genets. But if they are hunting like this and then they come across a civet or a genet, chances are they will try and take it down. But as you can see, it is a lot of animals, so they will need something a little bit bigger than a genet, or even a civet. But yeah, that being said, they are able to take this sort of prey down. Because, you know, with these animals, they just don't want to eat things just because they taste nice, but it's more for survival. So if need be, they can take even what we can call strange food. So while I still try keep up with these lions, we will send you over to Djuma. Let's see what they have for us that side.
Opportunistic. Well, we've had a Janet already this afternoon, very quick. We are heading towards the north. We might have a little listen on the radio. It seems like everybody's left Buffelshoek now, so we might be able to pop back in there. They have closed the Tingana sighting because his meat was still on the floor, so some sensitivity there. But the Ukuhum, I want to see the Ukuhumas, I really do. But it's the Telematis we're still heading east, last I heard, in an area that I haven't really had very good signal. Last time they were seen is where the pangolin was found last week, and this vehicle was there. We got to see it, view it, but we weren't able to show you. That's the way it works. So let's see what we can find on the northern boundary. Anything could pop out in the night, anything at all. So we're going to do it north to east, and maybe we'll get Mawati or Tlalamba popping out. And if we do get all the way to the Tortured boundary, then we'll maybe see Thandi and Maroobs on the move. We're fortunate to find them last night. Having just made a kill. No, Edward. Edward, we don't touch the animals. Edward, age 7. They are wild animals. They're not to be touched, to be left alone. Every now and again, when research purposes permit or something happens with research, whatever it might be, or some veterinary issue, maybe vets come to deal with something, some injury that is human-induced, and a vet comes to dart the animal, then sometimes you'd be allowed to touch, but there's no natural touching of wildlife. No, not at all. They are very dangerous, potentially very dangerous, and very strong, Edward. Some of them can bite, and some of them can headbutt, and some of them can squash you. So we give them as much space as we possibly can. I know it seems quite tempting, but lions and leopards are actually very dirty. They might look soft, but they are not soft at all. There's nothing soft about their fur. I have touched a few lions and leopards in my life with regards to animals that have been darted for whatever reason that might have been. Collars or snare removals, whatever it might be, and they are not very soft at all. They do look quite soft. Well, I've only seen 2 servals here, and they were together, and that was last year. I don't know when it was. We had a freelance cameraman on an interview, and he was with me, and we saw 2 at the same time at the gate. I don't know when that was, but it was late last year. That's the only servals I've seen in the Sabi Sands. In the Mara, I saw quite a few serval. None of them at night, mainly at the daytime. I saw plenty, actually. They're much more prolific up there. They're perfect habitat. They're more of a grassland, open grassland sort of specialist. Very camouflaged. Ground bird hunter. Have you seen a serval, Morgan? He doesn't think so. You would know. They look like leopards, but Smaller and bigger ears and a short stubby tail. No? Okay, so we're now just north of Djuma Camp, Tambuti Dam. Good one. We see snakes more often than but camera is very hard to do because they're slithery and they like to move away. I haven't seen one in a little bit. I saw actually right over there. We were on our way to Mulwati last night. He was actually playing with the snake just before we found him. I don't know what snake it was because we didn't see it. And then we saw a snake shortly afterwards, which I didn't identify because it was like, well, I swerved and then I got out to see what it was and it was gone. So, but they're going to start slowing down. We don't see as many in the winter as we do in the summer. Unless you go digging for them, they're around, they're just not as active. In the summer, on a warm day, we see lots of snake tracks. We had a puff adder breed underneath the Wendy house in camp, which gave certain members of our staff, Zanti, for example, is in tech right now in Final Control Johannesburg, who's watching the show. When he was in Djuma, he'd walk out of the bathroom and there was a puff adder just right in front of him. And I think it happened 5 or 6 times? 5 or 6 times more than he would like it to have happened. They bred under the little Wendy house there, and so little ones were just coming out going, hello everybody, we're here. Incredibly venomous snakes. You can't see us because we're camouflaged on the sand. Thankfully, X could see them. But yeah, we had to remove a few. 5. So X has confirmed it was 5 times, and he pulled out all the hair he had on his head in one day. In one day. Yeah, it's hair-raising stuff, seeing snakes. But the thing to remember with everybody, if you see a snake, just stop moving. Just go, snake. And don't respond to it. And you should be fine. If you start jumping around, making all the noise, the snake's going to freak out because that's what they do. They respond to movement and they respond to vibrations. So if you don't do that, you'll be fine. I've actually been standing and I felt a snake go over my foot. I was standing at night in the long grass and a snake went over my foot. This wasn't here, it was down in the Cape. And something slithered over my foot. And instead of panicking and trying to kick it off me, I just stood there and let it keep sliding. I'm just a log to the snake. I'm not a morsel to be consumed. But as soon as you kick it and you start affecting it and start influencing it, well, it has the potential to bite you. Yeah. So. Good to remember.
Look at that. So we just switched off our vehicle now. It looks like that one lioness is in that mode that it's about to bolt at something, and she looks very interested in that direction that she's actually looking at. And like I mentioned earlier, we're called, see, look at that. Looks like she's getting in position. I'm very excited, I can't help it. Look how careful she is. Then down she goes. And I'm sure you can't really see much, but if you can look at the head, it's lying down like she has dropped her head. And you might find that the impalas are now looking this way if you see her reacting like that. In which case, she will play the patience game there, so she will just remain like that until the impala loses interest in this direction, and then she'll always continue doing what is it she wants to do, which is the hunt in this case. So she's just sitting and waiting there. You know that sometimes good things come to those who wait. Let's hope she will be able to. There she is on the move again. And so I do apologize for the viewers at home, because that bush, I know it is frustrating, but we want to interfere as little as possible with what's happening here. Let's hope she will come out that end there. We have lost the visual of her at the moment. But as you can see, the bush is very quiet, so let's just sit tight here and listen. We might be able to hear her ball towards where those impalas are. Nathan wants to know if the rest of the pride is here. No, Nathan, not the rest of the pride, but however, there are some few other lionesses around, and I just took my spotlight and pointed just up. I saw them on our side here to the right side, so they are also getting into positions. So it was 3 lionesses and those 2 cubs of about maybe a year old now. So yeah, she will, or she is getting help from these other lionesses. So I want to see if we'll be able to see them there. You see one getting into position, that's the other one. So from here I think let's just listen. We can listen very carefully, we can see them or we can hear them when they start to run. And we might be able to hear the impalas also if these lions do catch them, that is. How exciting it is to be watching something like this actually happening. Now, more often than not, we'll find these lions maybe in the morning with some kills, but you don't really get to see how those kills work. There you go. Look at that. Do you see how carefully he's moving all his feet there? It's quite nice to see. I'm sure all our viewers are very excited to be seeing this. I sure am. There she is. There's that other one. Wow. Can't really see where the third lioness is. We can just see these 2. I'm hoping that she is also getting into position wherever she might be, because it was all 3 of them together when they started with this hunt. I agree, Sophia. This is equally as exciting for me. Like I always mention, these are some of those stuff, all those small things that makes the difference. Like you might think we get to see this every day, but we don't. It's quite exciting to see. So we'll try just to move forward even though we do not really have lights. And in the meantime, let's send you over to Steve in Djuma.
Welcome to the cut line. And to Sebwig incarnate. This is a spotted eagle owl on the floor. Very relaxed, busy walking around catching insects. Now we always think of these owls being so regal and so stately until you see one walking around on the ground and you change that opinion just slightly. Not going to show us. He's wondering, what are we doing here? There goes and moves 1 foot. Are very efficient hunters, these eagle owls. Very efficient, but they also will eat insects. Walk around on the ground, eat termites, bugs. Very good sense of hearing. Vix, it's all in the size. Owlets are very small, and owls are big, of course, as the name implies, and the giant eagle owls. The eagle owls are very large owls. You get the giant eagle owl, the spotted eagle owl. They are the large owls. They're equivalent to our large birds of prey. And then you get your smaller, medium-sized owls, barn owl, wood owl, and the like. They sort of match up with the sort of smaller accipiter-like or smaller kite-like birds. Tawny eagles. Oh, there we go. Did you see that rodent just run past him at the back there? That rodent is teetering on death right now. And then the owlets are the very small little fellows that are only 20 odd grams. So very small. 20 grams is very small. It's the size of a dove, really. Come on, show us how wonderfully you walk on the ground. Sometimes they stick their wings out to balance as they walk. Really is quite wonderful. True they are. It's lovely to see them in the daytime, in normal light, but this is when they are seen best, out on the hunt. Okay, it's going to fly. Oop. Just like that off. Where on earth did you go? Well, how splendid. Ooh, there's a little rodent on the floor there. What is that? It's bigger than a rodent. Goodness. another owl. It took off and landed. Took off and landed on something. Might have been the partner. It's gone now. Might have been the partner, or it picked up on whatever the sound was. Leave a very unmistakable K on the ground. I'll show you tomorrow. That was cool. So it probably took off and came and landed on that rodent that thought it was being very sneaky. Boomerang owl. Very good. Thanks, Morgan. Cheetah cut line always provides something. Get some nice tracks, maybe we'll see. If it was Tlalamba the other day who came in, there hasn't been another leopard coming into that same area. So we're going to be working it. Still have been. Got a few more days to do so. You never know. We might find.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Welcome back, everybody. Slowly make our way back to camp now via Central. Mohammed, I'm sure they are. I've yet to see one though, but the camera trap survey that Panthera did last year, I think it was Panthera, definitely showed some. I've seen tracks. I've seen caracal in Singitsa Sabi Sands years ago, 2 of them. But I have yet to see one up this side of the world. So it's not that far away. Almost certain that the larger predators outcompete them. But they definitely do fit into the ecosystem. They feed more on smaller birds and the like. There's plenty of them around. Smaller birds and scrub hares. And we know there's plenty of that. Okay, well, we're going to slowly head back this direction and send you back over to andBeyond Ngala with their lights.
Able to view those ones. Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. Also, where that camera is now, there were some impalas, and it's not very far from where these lions are. So last time I saw those lions, they were on our right. So I would really like to see these lions successful on their hunt. But it is a lot of impalas that we saw here. So you might find that these impalas are able to smell these lions. And you know how exceptional the impala senses are. So all three of their senses are very, very sharp. However, these lions maybe they will try off another plan until they get successful, because with them failure is not really an option. So we'll see, maybe they will just circle around and then leave two in positions, one circle around that will flush these impalas, and then hopefully they will run into a trap. Yeah, so Cedric want to know if I've seen a live hunt before. Yes, Frederick, I have seen one, but it wasn't successful. So I am hoping that this one at least be successful. So I'll just try follow these lions at a good distance, hoping that they do get successful. Of course, I will have my first hunt that I see or kill, but it's more about these lions than it is about me. So I'm just hoping that they get something that they'll be able to feed themselves. So I see one of them running. I'm not sure why she might be running actually, because the other two looks like they're walking, but she's running. And like I mentioned, these lions are very strategic when it comes to hunting. You might find that she's just getting into position. Oh, I see. Let's just switch off and listen. Excuse me. So let's just try keep up with them. Excuse me. This direction that they have taken now, I can't really see anything in front of me here. Excuse me. Maybe they might have smelled something themselves. Of course, my senses are not as sharp as the senses of these animals. So if they decide to head in this direction, I'm sure there is something they are after. They might have seen something, they might have smelled something. So let's just... And I would like to thank all our viewers who joined us for this sunset safari. And also like to invite you to join us for sunrise safari tomorrow morning from 6:30 up until 9:30. So until then, from the rest of us, good night and hasta mañana.